we're live on everything. So we're going to be checking out Sengoku Dynasty today. This is by the same company as Medieval Dynasty, so it's not one ripping off the other. They're literally the same company and all that. But it is by a different development team. So same company, different developers. With that said, I do always make it a point to hop into the settings before we get into a new game to check for accessibility stuff and all that stuff. So we've got hints, tutorials, and all that kind of stuff. Controller vibration if you care about it. For content creator reasons, I'm going to limit its FPS to 60. You have streaming distance. Okay. So you can turn off this camera shake if you want. You can change the field of view, so that's some good stuff for motion sickness and all that. You got your basic audio settings. And then control-wise, it's pretty typical. It is not detecting that I'm not using query, but that's whatever. Sometimes it'll show us it not detecting it, and then you go in and it works fine. I'm expecting it to not work with it, but that's fine. So not a whole lot of accessibility stuff. Some motion sickness stuff, that's good. But still, the absence is not necessarily a bad thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and start a new game. Okay. So this is our difficulty settings. So you've got creative, offering the full freedom, seeking purely creative fun. Easy mode for those looking for a relaxing game. Balance between challenge and relaxation, which is their default setting, I'm assuming. Hardcore for people familiar with the game looking for a demanding challenge. This is our first time playing, so we won't be doing that. And then we got custom. And so if we look at this, it will tell us the difference between all these. So interestingly, if I click on normal, it just puts a big padlock on it, so I can use it for comparison. So we can like turn off random events and all that kind of stuff. Ah, that's disable random events. Either way, let's go back. I'm going to choose normal because we haven't played this before. So I usually like to start out normal on my first playthrough of a game, whatever like the devs intended, that kind of thing. Okay, so your food rots, that's not surprising. And that way, you know, some games you're like, let me crank up the difficulty. Other games you're like, no, this is good. It's also a thing because some games, when you crank up the difficulty, it doesn't do anything to make the game more interesting. When you crank up the difficulty, pretty much all it does, it says, what if the enemies had 1 billion life points and then killed you in one hit? Have you played Fabledom? Looks super cool. I think I did. Alright. So we can choose male and skin tone. Male or female and skin tone. We got a couple different faces we could choose from. That is weird the way that texture loads in. We have our eye color. We can cover our face with a bunch of different scars. We can choose different amount of freckles. We can give ourselves stubble. There's only 3 hairstyles, apparently. So very, very little character customization. Okay. We could choose our starting whatever. So we could be a peasant, born into toil, struggled daily to put rice in your bowl. Taking whatever work you could find, you learned through necessity, not training. No master guided you. Only your will to survive in an age where the strong thrive and the weak are forgotten. With no special starting benefits, your path is a challenge. We could choose the artisan, in your youth, the apprentice, under a revered artist, shaped wood and stone under their watchful eye. Each chisel stroke deepened your craft until the tools felt natural as a blade to a samurai. Years of dedication have honed your skill, allowing you to create works of beauty and utility with discipline. You may one day join the master artisans named etched in history. So it's interesting that these are permanent buffs. So it's not one of those things that like the early game you get like a little edge. So like you choose this and you get 2 points in Artisan. This is a permanent buff that you just gain XP faster and you use less stamina and your tools use less durability. So that's actually, this is actually then a very significant decision. Builder. From an early age, you worked alongside seasoned builders, shaped timber, laying stone, and raising lasting structures. The scent of fresh cut wood and the weight of the hammer became second nature. With each completed project, your skill grew. Given the time and dedication, you may one day stand among master builders. Same idea, but building. Fighter. From the moment you could lift a weapon, you knew battle would shape your life. You trained through hardship, hands calloused from gripping spears, swords, and nagiata. You fought in skirmishes and understand the rhythm of combat, the clash of steel. You've opened foes' guard, and yet true glory lies ahead. For only those who refine their skill rise above the nameless dead. Same idea, but weapons. Hunter. From the forest to the plains, you hunt. The hunt has been your life. You learn to stalk prey with patience, strike with precision. The bow feels natural in your grip as a chisel to a craftsman, or a thrown spear steady as a heartbeat. Yet, mastery still lies ahead of you. You have to be patient to claim it. Same idea, but ranged weapons. Trader. You learned long ago that devotion extends beyond prayer. Skilled in negotiation, you read intent as easily as sutras. Words are your tools, bartering and haggling with precision, seeing value where others do not. You struck shrewd deals, ensuring your dynasty never goes without. Yet mastery of the art of the trade is still your goal. We gain monk XP faster? I don't know what that means. But we get better prices. So basically, we get nothing. We get to be better with crafting equipment and all that. We get better with... Oh. Those both fall under craftsmanship. I have been lied to, chat. These literally give you the same XP bonus. It's just the stamina and durability penalty is on different tools. You have the warrior XP. So both of these also give you the same XP. So both of these fall under warrior. Just again, one's melee, one's ranged. Merchant is like monk class. That's what I was gathering from context. I kind of really don't like this being permanent buffs like this. Very genuinely, it feels like it's the kind of thing that pigeonholes you. I would much rather, as you play the game, you can earn bonuses, as opposed to just starting with them. It's fine, because I don't think an XP bonus is that critical. Buying and selling and permanent stamina and damage bonuses feels really strong. So not super happy about that. I think for our purposes, I might go with the trader, because it doesn't seem to matter. Like anything I do, if I'm going to be a craftsman, I'm buying and selling. If I'm doing a warrior, I'm probably buying and selling. So it does feel like trader is probably going to be just universally good no matter what I do. But it is one of those things that because of these permanent bonuses, it kind of sucks that I honestly just want to go with peasant. I like starting with the general nothing thing, but I kind of don't like that at the very beginning you get those permanent bonuses. I'd much rather you make decisions as the game goes that moves it. Because like I haven't played the game yet, I don't know what I want to do yet, I've not been experienced with any of this yet, and I'm already making permanent decisions and all that. So I'm just gonna do Rual Sun. Sure. Our lords have set the country ablaze. And it's been 1 moon since we left our village. We journeyed on the roads and faced robbers. We got sick. And everywhere we went, we saw what war has done to our country. A night we think back of in our fields that are no longer yield crops, and to our children or elders and our neighbors. We prayed to the spirits of our village to forgive us. I missed it. We prayed for hope, and hope will soon find we'll build new homes. and reunite you in a place of peace in the legendary peasant kingdom. We found refuge with some fishermen. Boats are prepared to take us to our first destination. A treacherous coastline beckons. We pray to the spirits to grant us safe passage. Sorry. In Japan's Sengoku period. New objective, find our travel companion. Combat basics. The enemy is nearby. Draw your weapon and prepare for battle. You lock the camera onto target using T. Dodge attacks by dashing, default control. Unlock warrior perks to gain the ability to block and parry. Counterattack with quick and strong attacks, default left and right mouse button. If challenge proves too difficult, you can change the balance in your game settings. Advanced combat, defense and poise. Dashing and blocking are the basics of good defense. Well-timed dashes allow you to avoid damage and escape a series of attacks, or gain some time to recover stamina. The effectiveness of blocks depends on the type of weapon used. A knife is less effective, while a sturdy yari will be extremely effective. Additionally, you must maintain your poise to try to disrupt your opponents. Blocking costs stamina. Without it, a block will be broken. If you have the parry skill, you can deflect an enemy's attacks by initiating a block shortly before taking damage. This maneuver can significantly disrupt an opponent's poise. Perfectly parrying an attack would result in powerful poise damage to the enemy, but it's risky. It requires initiating a block at the last moment. Advanced combat offense. Effective defense increases your chances of survival, but as the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. However, mindlessly exchanging blows won't always work. Inflicting damage usually disrupts an enemy's poise, interrupting their attack, but some opponents will be too strong for this until you acquire the right weapon. Conversely, enemy attacks can disrupt your poise, interrupting your attack. Increasing your poise stat or using better equipment will help you continue your attacks more frequently when exchanging blows. If your weapon allows it, you can perform heavy attacks with right mouse button. Heavier weapons and attacks not only do more damage, but are more resistant to being interrupted by enemies. To get food for yourself and your dynasty by hunting animals like hares, boars, deer with a spear or bow, look for animals in the wilderness and approach them carefully. Crouching allows you to get closer, especially from behind. The basic weapon spear can be thrown or used in melee. If the opponent decides to fight back, keep some spares in your inventory in case you miss one and it's not enough. Hunting animals and skinning animals with a knife. When you hunt an animal down with a knife to skin it, you will always be able to collect raw meat. However, animals are a unique source of many valuable resources, like furs, fat, and other hunting trophies. Unlock perks in the way of the warrior to gain to collect them. So, warrior is hunting as well. Remember that meat will eventually rot. Cooking even stale meat will provide you with fresh piece of food that lasts longer. Holy crap, that was a lot. I saw it mentioned there was a stick or something. Okay, inventory. Your character screen, you'll find the most important information about you. All picked up or crafted items will end up in your inventory slots. To use tools, weapons, and consumables directly on the map, move them quickly to slots. When a spear is thrown or a tool breaks in your hands, it will automatically be replaced by an item of the same type, as long as there are some spares in your inventory. Wearable items or ammunition can be put in equipment slots. Okay, so we've got our knife. I've got a wooden torch. It does appear I've got... Oh, those are question marks, not quest markers. So it's saying there's something I don't know what is over there. Obviously, there's a big rock ledge, or rock cliff, that we are being deliberately funneled along this path, so let's just follow where we're being funneled to. Basic survival. Gathering resources. In the beginning of your survival, you'll depend on foraging. Look for items like sticks, stones, grass. They will serve for basic crafting. Meanwhile, berries, eggs, herbs, and gobo, burdock roots, are a simple, reliable source of food. They will help you keep your food stat high, which in turn keeps you healthy. Handcrafting. You can craft tools and weapons choosing the desired recipe from handcrafting from the radial menu. When darkness or weather forces you, use a hammer to build a tent to sleep or in a campfire to cook. Gobo. The light vicinity and warm yourself. To get a hammer, you need to craft an axe first to chop down a tree. Just make sure you have gathered the required resources first. Okay, so bushes give sticks. We have... Alright, so we unlock recipes by just getting the materials for those. You look slightly different, so I can't interact with you, so moving on. Talk to Eiko. Hey, you dead? It's you. Huh, I've got to go. I'll talk to you later, as we've just found our friend. You're alive. Yeah, well, when the ship went down... Oh gods, don't move. You're hurt. I'll be alright. It's just, I'm cold. Stay here. We need to start a fire. I'll need to get some tools. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, cut down a twig and collect the log. Trees and cutting down a tree. Do you really need to explain to me how to cut down a tree? Trees provide the most important building resource like sticks, logs, and planks. To cut down a tree, hit it with an axe. Note, there are many types of trees. Some require better quality tools. Hit the felled tree to get logs. The log can be processed farther using an atsi or simply picked up. It will occupy a whole inventory slot, and it is very heavy. Logs can be dropped again from the inventory for farther processing at the carpentry station. Trees, plank, firewood, and production. Okay, I think you expected a bit too much from this game. Yeah, we'll see. Let's give it a chance to pick up. First, debark a log with an atsi to get bark. The debarked log will provide wood, and you can hit with an axe, and planks that you can hit with an atsi. Using a carpentry station can help speed up the process. Note that the debarked log is still suitable or still usable for building and crafting. There are also uncommon paper mulberry tree that provides a special paper bark required for paper making process. You can plant trees and other plants in your village using the hoe or the hammer. Alright, so we can go ahead and put you there. Alright, and I'm immediately going into my settings. Gameplay, where are you at? Video. I am not doing camera shake every time I hit a stupid tree. Alright, so we've connected the logs. And so now I need to handcraft a hammer. Building basics. Hammers allow you to build all types of structure, place them on relatively flat surface outside neutral villages. Some structures will be constructed immediately after placement, while others will be ghosts until you deliver resources. You can even move any ghost structures except for fields and paths anytime. Thank you. Note that the village structures and the buildings can only be placed inside your village radius. Furniture can only be placed on the furniture grid inside buildings, while placing decorations are available on all surfaces that support them will be highlighted. Oh wait, I didn't want to craft it. It's fine. Okay. Open menu. Demolish, build structures, farming buildings, furniture. Build structures, campfire. I need more stone. Okay. Cool, Artine. I've opted to kind of mostly wait on more Hollywood Animal until it's far along, because I know only the first 20 years are in the game, and I hate the idea of hitting the end of what's currently available and just having to sit on my hands and wait. Raw meats, roots, and berries will keep you fed for only so long. Not to mention, unprocessed foods have a high chance of making you poisoned or sick. Cooking stations like campfires and irori, sunk in hers, are an excellent way to prepare nice and tasty meals that will significantly improve your food stat. Are you feeling better now? Yes, thank you. I'm gonna be alright. I have some gobo roots to snack on. Here, take some. We can eat it together. But what will we do now? We had supplies in a ship here. Now we have nothing. When do we move on? We don't move on. We can't spend our whole lives running away. Look around here. There's fertile land, tall trees, fresh water. And I still don't see any soldiers guarding them from ordinary folk. I believed in the legend of the Peasant Kingdom, and I don't intend to stop now. Maybe you're right, but how do we start? Is this even a village over there, or just ruins? I'll take a look around. I'm sure I can convince someone to help us. Go to the nearest village. Cool. Do I have a map that tells me anything? The Daimyo system. On the map, you can track your progress toward becoming a Daimyo by liberating numerous regions of the Nata Valley. Note, the region's overlay can be turned on and off. To liberate regions, you have to defeat the faction leaders to restore the local infrastructure. Liberating a region will grant you one-time reward of a massive Dynasty XP boost, as well as unique recipe unlocks. It will also allow workers living in the liberated region to exploit unique resources like various ores needed to upgrade your equipment. Liberating regions. To weaken an enemy faction, you must defeat a sufficient number of its regular members. You can do this anywhere on the map, wherever you encounter them. However, they will most often be camping in the region where their leader is located. After liberating the region, merchants will return to its roads, and the enemy activity will decrease significantly, though it will not disappear entirely. Sengoku era is a very dangerous time. Okay, so the map does appear to be pretty significant in size. Oh my god, please. The Legend tab contains the perk trees for our dynasty and your character. Leader perks are gained collectively by all players on the server. Their effects are global, and they can be tied to the prestige of the entire dynasty. The other perk trees are individual. The perks within them only affect your character. To unlock any perk, you need to gain a sufficient amount of experience points in the corresponding way of life. The methods of earning the experience vary for each way of life, and are listed in the tooltip. The way that leader perks affect your whole dynasty and every player in the co-op session, they are gained when you level up your dynasty. They provide benefits such as unique recipes, unlock global modifiers for your village, and the whole Nata Valley. Craftsman perks. Are they going to literally just go through each of these tabs? The way the craftsman perks affect your personal abilities and stats. You level it up individually. They improve like lumberjack, miner, farmer, and builder skills, as well as some basic attributes. The warrior perks, Way of the Warriors, affect your personal abilities and stats. Leveled up individually, they unlock and improve your combat skills and basic stats, and make you better at hunter. Monk perks. The Way of the Monk affects your personal abilities and stats. You level them up individually, they improve your basic attributes and trading skills, and make you more resilient to the elements. Holy crap. Yeah, so you got a whole bunch of stuff here. They could have literally just said, hey, you've got these tabs. They got perks. Fight, trade, craft, do things with leadership. We have quests. Those are straightforward. Dynasty management. Managing your dynasty is the best way to achieve prosperity. It allows you to automate some production and make your own life easier. But to become a great leader, you need people to lead. Look for refugees and make them join you. It doesn't say ask them to join you. Make them join your dynasty by assigning them a bed in one of your houses. Then you'll be able to assign them a job, like item production or special project construction. To produce items, a village needs access to the dynasty storage buildings, raw materials, and optionally a tool. All of your dynasty's production and benefits, as well as consumption of needed resources, happens every day, at a specific hour, beginning of the evening by default. Think of this as production turns and prepare for them well. If you neglect the needs of your villagers, they will eventually leave. To satisfy their needs, you will need to keep enough items like food, beverages, and heating materials in dynasty storage. When your dynasty gets bigger, additional requirements may be needed to satisfy your villagers. Okay, cool. They didn't give me a guide on how to look through my information on the guide. I appreciate that. Anyways, what I was looking for was a town. I'm assuming if I zoom into whatever that icon is, I think that's... I actually don't know. No, that's a region liberation objective. That's not a town. I'm going to still walk towards it because I don't say anything else. There was a dude sitting there fishing before we got into that whole thing. Okay, I was curious if that deer was going to run away or try and gore me. Oh, he's chilling over there. What do you want? Is this the peasant kingdom? Ah, are you really calling us? So it's not? It sure is not. I like the sound of it, the peasant kingdom. I think we deserve it. I haven't heard of any other province that would shake off the lords. Oh, it's hold E to take all. I was like, you're like, take all, and then you're not taking all. Don't mind me, sir. I'm just stealing your food. Susugi Village discovered. All right. Ask for help. Yes? My friend, I almost died in a shipwreck. You have to help us settle here. What are these ruins? What are these ruins? Ruins, you say? This used to be my home. I am Injiro. My neighbor started the rebellion. An alliance, Iki was formed between villagers of the valley against the lord ruling us. Fighting for dignity. Well, look around. Not very dignified, is it? Are there other villages around here? There's Segi, the forest village. They can be a bit wild, but they do provide wood to the whole valley. If you want to learn hunting or woodworking, Segi is the place to go. You have Aratani, a farming community. They are wary of strangers, but if you convince them, you can learn about cultivating the land. You have Iwasaki, which is where the mines are, and the ironworks. Working conditions are hard, but definitely a place to visit. Nothing happens in the valley without the consent of the Jorinji Temple. If you want to develop your village, you'll have to talk to them. Finally, there's Injiro. It can be dangerous, you see. That's where the valley's bandits have their headquarters. I really just wish the wording was different instead of you have to help settle us here. Right, that was you. I saw how you cared for your friend. It was really touching, I must say. I may have misjudged you at first glance. I'd be glad to welcome you here if it were up to me, but it isn't. Every new settlement needs permission from the abbot of the Nata Jorinji Temple. What about building? Do I need permission for that? You mean this odd place? The Sogi? A bot could have some objections, but you know, your plan is so wild it just could work. The bell tower is the heart of any village. Sakasoi's tower's in ruins, but luckily for you, I found the old bell in the ruins. I might sell it. I meant to sell it, but it's too heavy to carry. Here, take it. Make it ring out. Where should we put the bell tower? It's up to you. You can try liberating, or literally rebuild Sasoki here, or you can take the bell and place it anywhere you like. Bell towers are very important structures. A radius around them designates it as your village, the area where you can build the most structures. You can also provide fast travel to towers in built or encountered. This is important because you could use it to progress the game by ending the current season and starting the next one. Villages, you can build your first village anywhere you want, decide to settle the ruins of Sasogi or stay close to help its dissidents, or explore the map to find a spot that suits your style. And don't worry if you don't find the perfect location the first try. When you progress the story, increase your Dynasty legend level, you can ask the local abbot for permission. You will eventually get more bells and more opportunities for more villages. I'm ready to stop talking to people. Good, I don't want to talk to you ever again, sir. Alright, so the map doesn't really give me a whole lot of information to work with. It just shows you kind of where the roads are, and then we have to reveal it. So it is a thing that we have to kind of discover and figure out for ourselves. Now, one problem I have is I don't know what I should or shouldn't use or need or anything like that. I also don't know... Okay, so I can tear down the burnt buildings. So since we don't know crap about this game right now, I'm just going to choose vaguely a spot in the middle here and just build on the same spot. Build structures. Tent, defensive structures, nope. Village structures, lights, trade, spiritual well, production, Zen gardens, bell tower. Okay, so I need another log. All right. It's a resource, and it's not bolted down. I'm a-taking it. Dynasty Legend. When you gain enough Dynasty XP, you will increase your Dynasty's Legend level. It is a measure of your Dynasty's prestige and respect in Nada Valley. Leveled up by recruiting refugees into your Dynasty, completing the most important quests, and constructing special projects you encountered in the world. Dynasty Legend is essential to your progression. Higher levels will allow you to unlock better recipes and technology. However, some of them may be able to acquire differently, such as completing quests or purchasing recipes directly from the radio wheel. 2 days remaining until the season change. Okay, so we got perks. So we have Way of the Leader, Way of the Warrior, Way of the Monk. So I've got 1 perk here and 1 perk here. So we have Crop Caretaker. Your Dynasty's farming skills improves. All crops grow faster. This allows you to potentially harvest more times per season. Player plants only. Reduces the meal consumption of your villagers. Kami Ibisu has blessed your Dynasty, increasing your luck, and you'll find more loot in abandoned chests of fallen enemies. We are going to go the way of the humble farmer. Let's see, this is from the people who did Medieval Dynasty. Is made before. So it's the same company, not the same dev team. There were 2 different dev teams working on both projects. We have Lumberjack, Constructor, and Miner. I think for right now with our building, Lumberjack. So same company, different devs. Different studio, same publisher. Yeah. Sorry. So there is a connection between them, but it's not the same people. Craftsman level 1. Legend, Craftsman. I need stones. Okay, so the squiggly symbol, that is indicating where my bell is. There's a stone. Okay. And we want buildings, mansion structure, housing. Why would I settle for anything less than a legitimate mansion? I ask you. Housing, small house. Buildings are the backbone of your village, serving as homes, workplaces, and storage spaces. Their construction process divided in stages. Each stage must be completed before you can start the next one. You can also modify certain parts at any time, changing their type of material. Note that most buildings require you to furnish them before construction is complete. However, not all furniture is mandatory. You can freely add and remove around the suggested ones. Okay, so I need more logs. Okay, so taking those down gives me planks, which I'm sure we'll need, but not logs. Look, he's got a bad back. It's okay. He just got in a shipwreck. He's got some lumbar pain. So he's a little squatty when he runs. But it's all right. Okay. But the other games drive you crazy because their feet are so wrong running. It makes you wonder if they've ever seen people move. Yeah, versus this one, I would say your character moves in a way that is sort of natural. It's just sort of natural if you're someone who's hurt their back. Or otherwise has back pain. Yeah, no, exactly. He's a little stiff. Gallows. Less noticeable is in armor. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. Okay, so I need to find more stones and all that. Maybe you did just too many janky games lately. The survival crafting genre is another genre notorious for janky games. Like, simulation is also a genre notorious for janky games, too. Okay. Straw sandals. Yeah, I haven't really paid that much attention. We're shipwrecked. Honestly, whatever the situation is, it's what it is. 1/3 entrance limit. And my assumption is, by taking apart all this stuff here and getting all these planks and all that, that's going to go a long way for getting our early game set up where I won't have to make these planks. Okay. And I'm sure somewhere on this UI is our carry weight stuff. I haven't figured out which one it is yet, but we'll find out. Do you talk to the lady? I have not talked to the lady yet. I'm mostly focused on trying to get my house up because they gave kind of an implication that we do need to sleep in this one. So I'm trying to get my house online for if that is a necessity. Oh, the whole roof is one piece. So we've got our mandatory furniture. Furniture is a type of structure that can be built on a grid inside buildings. Some buildings require you to construct mandatory furniture to be completed. Others are optional and then can add and remove items as you see fit. Most workplaces and all beds are furniture, making it crucial for your villagers and production. As long as they have room, adding more pieces of furniture to the same workplace and sleep places allows you to expand the economy without constructing additional buildings. You can also upgrade and change the existing type of furniture with the hammer if you aim at the furniture, ghost, and choose change type. Alright. So I need to find more stone. Okay. You won't be alone in your efforts to rebuild the Nada Valley. Each season, you'll encounter random refugees willing to join your dynasty. Some may be found in the wild, others might camp near larger villages or temples, and a few may even wander into your village and gather around your bell tower. Refugees tend to avoid danger, so you're more likely to encounter them in liberated regions. To recruit any villager, you need to ask them if they're willing to join you. Your friend Akno is no exception. If they agree, or Akko is no exception. If they agree, you need to prepare a spare bed for them. Next, open the Dynasty Management menu from your Population tab and look for people with the Refugee tag. Assigning them bed will make them villagers. And your new responsibility. Basic at first, more advanced at later. You are expected to satisfy your villagers' need. Each day, your people demand to consume food, water, or food, beverages, and other goods stored in your dynasty storage. Fail to satisfy their needs of villagers, and their happiness will decrease. Low happiness means there's a chance they'll leave forever. Increase the consumption and provide enough goods to make your people happy. Villagers' production. Fortunately, your villagers are not only about demands. They are an effective workforce. Use them to grow and produce enough items to satisfy their need. To work, a villager needs to have a bed assigned. Next, open the Population tab, assign a workplace to the person, and on the Jobs tab, assign the person to a workplace. Then set the production recipe and the amount of the workplace Up just with needs, the production happens every day. Okay, reach Dynasty level 7 by recruiting people and... Okay, so tutorial's like, here is the very beginning of stuff. Alright, now do everything. How much is this game? If you do ! Steam, it'll pull up the Steam page and give you a price and everything. Usually takes just a second to run. Yeah, so definitely say between this and Medieval Dynasty, this is definitely the rougher of the two games in quite a few things. It's definitely got the not as good pacing between the two. The animations are certainly rougher. The tutorial is a whole lot of text. It is a whole lot of text, is what the tutorial is. I'm just tearing down a whole bunch of these buildings real quick. Yes, I have built the house. Already? That's impressive. Congratulations. Maybe you should expand, but build a foraging or wood cutting hut? But overall, time to settle down, eh? Let's see. Not just a beginning. I want to build a new place for everybody. Everyone? My friends, my neighbors, everyone back home, other wanderers like me. Wait. This might be going too far. The people here are afraid and mistrustful. They would never accept a whole flock of vagrants settling here. I convinced you. Don't you think I can convince them as well? It won't be easy with the others. If I were you, I'd start slow and not scare everyone with this little vision of yours. People have to get to know you first. The best ways to make introductions is to offer help. First person I need to help is Aiko. And I can finally offer a place to live. But do go on. Who should I talk to? I can think of 3 people worth willing to talk to. A warrior, a priestess, and an impure. Tell me about the warrior. Kingo, a warrior, he's a bit... well, fancies himself a protector of the people. He puts on an air of a warrior, but he's no lineage to speak of. He's more one of us. Well respected by some, hated by others. Not sure what he's up to right now, but I'm sure he'll find a way to make you do his work for him. Tell me about the priestess. Shayom is our Miko, a priestess, in charge of the local shrines. She's a gentlewoman. Worried that all the kami and divine spirits turned away from us. Or actually, that we have turned away from them. Talk to her and maybe she can console you. Tell me about the impure. Matsumaru is a proud Edda, an impure from Segi. As all impure, he believes he lives between earthly world and the divine realm. He does things that are spiritually polluted, like burying the dead and disposing of animal carcasses. Only those living close to spirits can do these things, and I think he's carrying an especially big burden right now. Talk to him, and maybe you'll get some weight off his shoulder. That's enough for now. Okay. Let's see, Medieval's not in great shape as always, but the tutorial's way better at the start. Yeah. Yeah, I think the fact that it was different dev team, a lot of lessons got missed. That happens a lot, like, did you not equip it? Oh. Oh, I have got too many things. All right, so let's go to our hammer. Bum, bum, bum. Campfire, small container, tent, village structure, Zen garden, bell tower, fences, walls, gates, spiritual wells. Production buildings, there we go. I can't do any of these. Storage buildings. General storage. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. It's still too early to really hold it too much one way or the other. It's kind of one of those things that very genuinely the game could likely have things that it just does better. And it could also have things that it just doesn't handle as well. Alright, so we need more sticks. Also end up needing more grass. Yeah, I'd definitely say Medieval Dynasty feels more polished. And even it has like some pretty significant pains. Which is kind of warned about that before we played this. That's like, hey, between the two. Resource deposit. In the Nata Valley, there are many mining deposits containing resources such as stone, copper, tin, iron, sand, clay, and ice. Basic materials like stone and copper can be mined with a stone pickaxe, while rare and more valuable ores require higher quality tools, regardless of the deposit size. Some deposits are only available during specific seasons, such as ice during winter. Others, like clay and iron sand, can be harvested using a shovel, in addition to a pickaxe. Mining by villagers. While you can mine and harvest virtually any deposit on the map as long as you have the correct tools, assigning your villagers to do so works differently. The advantage of having workers on mining a resource is that they can use tools of any quality. However, they only produce resources if the village they live in is located in a liberated region. They will only produce rare resources available in that region. Resources unique to specific regions can be found in the map tab. Common resources can be produced regardless of the village location and region liberation. Okay. So little by little, we're cleaning up the area. And getting everything built. You might pick it up one day? Yeah, I think the thing that's going to be the question for me is from the basic base building standpoint and just like the pacing introduction kind of thing, this definitely feels like it's not as strong of the offerings. Whereas when it comes to Medieval Dynasty, the combat is nothing to be particularly thrilled about. It's pretty okay. Oh, we got someone with a quest objective here. So then the question does come, when we get to that, how well does the game shine? Like all this regional conquest and that kind of thing. What's your profession? I prefer the sanctity of the valley and keep the spiritual pollution at bay. Burials, animal carcasses, removing large boulders, you name it. A lot of dirty work. Some call my lot impure, and I take that with pride. You said you need some help. With old Kyobi? Well, you're too late. He's drawing his last breaths in Toro's cabin. He's beyond help. What's a Kobe's story? He refused to leave Sasoga when his house burned down. Toro offered to take him to Hikobi's family moved to Atarni. They're running out of food, but they still kept bringing him rice. Old Hikobi never wanted to be a burden, so he went to the forest and gathered some mushrooms. Turns out, it was the wrong sort of mushrooms. And look where they got him. Gotcha, I mean, hey, if they enjoy it. Yeah. This has co-op, so does Medieval Dynasty, they both do. So, what was he thinking, trying unknown mushrooms? Unknown? Not really. I think he did it to himself on purpose. What? How do you know? He opened his eyes for a moment, and I swear he was relieved to see me. He knew it meant he was dying. Why would he do that? Less mouths to feed in the family. Food is scarce around here. Like I told you, he never wanted to be a burden. There's really nothing we could do? No, but Mata would probably say otherwise. She's a local herbalist. I don't really trust her. She likes to play with herbs and mushrooms a bit too much. You never know what'll happen if you drink her concoctions, but some of them can be helpful, I'll give her that. I'll talk to her, it never hurts to try. Oh, sometimes it really does. He's like, it never hurts to try to help. He's like, no, it really can hurt to help. Sometimes you don't think. Same engine you can suspect in how things in the radio menus work. So it's like the dev of this one ignored all the competition or even the products. I mean, they might have shared code or something between that, but we can't assume, because it very well could be that they had, with their same publishers, the publishers were in on the meetings where they're deciding how to work things and have independently learned a lot of the same things. It's also possible they did share code between it, but you don't. Usually, unless you're part of the same studio, or you're using like a shared library, it's pretty rare they would share that much between even the same publisher would share like that much between the two. Like I said, it's probably literally the same managers are making the calls from the publisher side, being like, hey, we have this problem, have we considered this solution? And it was just the same solution getting recommended to both groups. What you had heard was the publisher gave the engine to multiple dev teams and said, make a game. Honestly, that's fair. It's also possible while this came out, you said it was 2 years after Medieval Dynasty. Likely it very well could have been they just took 2 years longer to finish the game. So by the time Medieval Dynasty came out to do the comparison, they had already kind of got themselves pretty connected to the way they've done the things that to backtrack to improve it might be kind of too big a setback. Like, I haven't seen anything here that makes me go, ah, dead game, I don't want to play this or anything like that. Like, it's definitely a little rougher, but this is also a genre that's notorious for rough games. Like, how many survival crafters have we seen now that are just really objectively bad? That was, oh man, what was the one? Some, like, Fountain of Youth? That was one I actually had some kind of hopes for, and then we booted up and it's like, oh, this is terrible. That one was really appallingly bad. Which is a shame because it was actually one who was like hitting a different thing. Because like we get more and more of like vaguely medieval, vaguely Viking, vaguely that, like dime a dozen of those. And that one was more like Conquistador. Must have played it really hard. It fleshed out a bit after release. That's good because when I played it early on, it was real bad. It was like one of the worst ones I had played. And admittedly, it didn't really circle back to it. That's because, like, it had been such a rough launch. It's like, man, I am not coming back to this. This game at first person point of view? Not that I've seen. It's good to see a friendly face. What brought you here? It was hunger. Terrible, terrible hunger. What happened? First a bad harvest, then war. Rice became a luxury. People would eat tree bark to fill their stomachs. We thought maybe it was different elsewhere. We heard about the peasant kingdom. Many want to come here, make a better life. I hope you'll find better fortune sooner or later. Yeah, so that's someone who can potentially join us, but right now I don't have food or anything, so they'll just get upset spaghetti pretty quick. So production buildings. We have the forager's hut. All right. It had significant issues at release where you sort of bobbed along at times, but it wasn't too bad. Made the creature you fought easier at launch than they were. Yeah, like for me, the creatures were like so incredibly busted. And we like kind of wandered around and it was just, you kind of scratch your head and be like, I don't really understand anything I'm seeing. Okay. But that happens. It is one of those things I kind of go back and forth. It's good to get people to play test your games early so that you can be like, hey, what's your game doing? What's you're not doing? But more broadly, putting your game out there for to play, like, too early can actually be really bad for a game. In the sense that you play the game and go, wow, this is terrible. And then later on, it's hard to kind of get those people back on board after the fact. Is that the way in back there? No, it's like some type of pit or something. This is the front entrance. Okay. Gotta wait on stamina. See all that, like, leaped at you? That sort of thing, so, eh. Yeah. No, like if it turned out good, that'd be good to hear. Because like I said, I got an early key, and it was one of those games that they had like all the footage, and that the footage looked like really good. And then I got the game, and it was very clearly like you took a look at the game. This is not the same game you gave me footage of. You showed me some either doctored up stuff or just grossly misrepresented it. Oh, you wish that Medieval Dynasty lets you freestyle buildings? Yeah. Alright, so we are getting hungry. Solid fish meal. There we go. I don't know what that's about, but okay. Oh, you have an exclamation mark finally. Okay. Hello. Do you live here? Oh, wait. A man is dying. I want to help him. What exactly happened? He ate some mushrooms. Oh, you mean old Hikobi, right? There are medicines that might help him, but it could be difficult. You can't make them? Of course I can. But you have to decide which one to choose. How do I choose between medicine? I'm not a healer. One gives a tiny chance of survival, but Hikobi would definitely suffer a lot. There's no guarantee he'll be successful. The other will take away his pain, he'll suffer less, but he will die. The choice is yours. I feel like I should be consulting the patient here. I want to honor her wishes and take away his pain. Understood. Bring me some gobaroops. They have some very, there's some in the field, and around the more delicious trees. Yeah, because the guy was like, he potentially deliberately poisoned himself to kill himself kind of thing, is what's being heavily implied. And so it is Will's decision that, you know, we don't know crap about. You saved him anyway? Yeah, no, it's one of those ones that's like... I can see arguments for either case. Regardless, random stranger walking around should not be making that call. That should either be the family, like... If he can make a response, it's his call. If he can't make a response, it's the family's call. But random dude who just strolled in, making that call, that's where you walk up to the lady and be like, that's a wildly inappropriate thing for me to decide. Like, clearly you've talked to his family. You should be talking to them about this. To be fair, I did inject myself into the situation, which is also not necessarily appropriate, but you know. I'm going to hold others accountable while ignoring my own accountability for actions. There's a leak. Yes, you mentioned it'd be by the trees. That's fine. I'm going to keep building and just ignore this. We'll deal with it when they deal with it, and he can suffer in the meantime. Yeah, our game, our rules. I will say, all of these games make your tools just, like, utterly disintegrate. That's been a thing in almost every survival game, is just, all of them have to make your tools wear out faster than be realistic just for the purposes of giving you something that you work on, kind of thing. But then at the same time, sometimes it's just, like, comically fast how they go. Okay, we need to find a tree for more logs. Okay. I say as I keep building one tool after the other. Yeah, no, I played Forever Skies twice. I played it first when it very, very first dropped into early access. And it's not been the most recent update, but I did play a couple of updates ago, where they were expanding a bit more on, like, the under area. That was, like, another game that I liked what I played of it, but I was like, you know what, I'm gonna wait till it's much farther along towards being done. Just by the fact of how many games I played in, like, early access that, you know, couldn't go back to playing them later because, like, either burnt out on it or whatever. I've just gotten to the point with early access games, I usually will play it long enough that, people who tune in the channel can kind of take a peek and be like, this is, you know, is this a game you may or may not be interested in? Like, get that kind of thing. And that's usually as much as I'll play them until they're much farther along. I'm tired of playing every new broken game that comes out. They leaned into the multiplayer thing. Yeah, that is one thing that why I play so few of these survival crafters anymore is most of the new ones that come out these days are all balanced around multiplayer, and it makes them very, very hard to very, very hard to play kind of on your own thing because just they're balanced with multiplayer in mind. Like, Valheim's one I enjoyed a lot playing with friends, but it is... I had difficulty enjoying that solo. Like, I enjoyed building. It's actually weirdly one of the things that kind of ruined my enjoyment of single-playering it when I want to just kind of build, is that you were hard-gated by, the bosses. And, like, I had played with friends and killed a bunch of the bosses. I'm like, well, I don't want to deal with this all. I just want to build my cool Viking place. But it was single player until last December, when the release for multiplayer ratings dropped from like mid-80s to 60s in 2 months. Yeah, it could also be people disappointed with the multiplayer implementation. But yeah. Okay, Forger's Hut, so I need more stone. And that's a bummer, because it definitely had a promising start. Like, I liked what I saw from the beginning. But that was a game that I got to the point we were just dipping underground and doing a bit of adventuring down there. And that's about where I left it, because it was, you know, it started running up into where it's like, okay, this is clearly around where they're done implementing it at that phase. River Skies in co-op has a map bug. You fall through the map like 2 times every co-op. Cool. Yeah, so it's got a major problem in its multiplayer that's probably a major part of it. Killing its ratings and all that. Oh, here we go. The sort of purple flowers for the gobo. Okay, so this is my storage building. Let's drop off the charcoal for now, because we're not really using it. Drop off the firewood for now, because we're not really using it. Let's drop off the firewood, this, the eggs, the rot. The raw fish. Okay. So in theory, I should be able to give her the gobo root. I have gobo roots. I see. Give me a minute. Almost done. Here, give this medicine to sick man. It should take away his pain. Again, I feel like this is one of those ones that we should really be having the family make the decision. And not random dude who just strolled in who has no idea who any of you are. Okay. To create and consume, your villagers need access to resources and tools and a place to store their results. The Dynasty storage building fulfills these requirements. Build them in every village that is supposed to contribute. For ease of access, your global Dynasty interior inventories can be accessed through various furniture in different production locations. Workplace and recipes. The Workplace pop-up allows you to manage workers, a recipe they produce each day, and the tools they use. Workers are all members of your dynasty who have a bed assigned. Choose a recipe you want to make them produce. Make sure you have built all the required storage buildings in their village and that the necessary resources and tools are available before you increase production. Please note that resources or tools are reserved for production will disappear from Dynasty storage. When assigning recipes, you need to pay attention to the resource requirements. You can only produce those resources in a village that is located in a liberated region with that resource source. Otherwise, your workers will be too scared to venture into the wild. A workplace has a workload pool that can be distributed among different recipes. Workload can be distributed only after you assign a worker. A workplace can host one working village from the same village. Here is a list of workplaces for your village. Workplaces are usually furniture in various production buildings, so you can increase the number without constructing a new building. If you find enough space, you'll be able to find farming fields here as well, as other workplaces located outside villages, such as special projects, construction, or unique workplaces provided by completed special projects. Each workplace can accommodate a single worker. The exception is special projects, highly demanding undertakings that sometimes require involvement of an entire village, if you can afford to satisfy the needs of people for several seasons worth of work. Workplace warnings. When your workers have issues requiring your attention, you'll find relevant warnings in the upper left corner of the screen, regular ones with yellow exclamation mark, and critical ones with red exclamation mark. These warnings concern various aspects of managing your dynasty. Examples of critical issues for your workplace include a lack of storage, access, or lack of tools to the job. Regular alerts inform you of workplaces without an assigned worker, or a recipe that cannot be completed in the current season. So we could make healing brews from mushrooms and all that. And we have... They can gather, like, everything? Right. So, for the moment, I can't turn it up because there's no one working here. Let's see, you're playing MLB, the show, and MLB? I have no idea which one that is. Why don't you come live with us? You make a new home right here. Glad, but where exactly would I go? We're almost ready to welcome you to the village. So I'm assuming I need to go to buildings, housing, small houses. I'm just perpetually replacing tools. I do wish the games wouldn't lean so hard in making you make the same axe. It's the whole pressure to get you to make your better tools. But it does get pretty obnoxious early on where you're like, what did you build? 1 house. What did it cost you? 12 axes and 6 hammers. But that is honestly just the typical of the genre. That's actually one of the things that makes Valheim an outlier, is you make your tools and you just repair them. They don't like just, you know, disintegrate. There's a lot less of building the same tool again and again and again. What are you not letting me build on because of? Can't imagine it's a bamboo grass. There's got to be like a chunk of burnt building or something in here I've overlooked. There we go. There was a stone axe on the ground. That was the holdup. I must have crafted it and not had the inventory space to actually keep it in my inventory. Alright. Yeah, and it wasn't grass. I must have crafted that axe and just dropped it on the ground because I didn't have the inventory space or something. Okay, and pretty soon I'm going to need to step away. Tomb's probably home by now downstairs. And so I'm probably going to need to do is step away for about 5-ish minutes. Welcome my wife home, throw something in the oven, you get the idea. That kind of thing. And it's my, you know, quote-unquote long break for the stream, but it's only about 5 minutes. It's just kind of hard for me to time it otherwise, because the only way I could change the schedule up is literally start the stream like 2.5 hours later or so to give time for that. Which, you know, that's a real bummer. But it does mean there's like this weird 5-minute interruption in the middle of the stream. One thing I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to kill the music and play our own music as well. Because this game is suffering from I don't feel like playing music-itis. A very common issue that we run to all sorts of games. That they just seem kind of scared of playing music at any given time. So I'm going to quickly chuck these logs down and come back for those ones before I forget where I dropped them. And then I'll probably step away for those couple of minutes I mentioned. That wasn't. Hey, Guardian. Let's go ahead and grab those 4 logs before I have to step away for the quick break here. Like I said, I'll get some music going and all that, but the plan is to play this for a little while. And we can make decisions about if we end up playing more of this in the future. And then, you know, the plan for the second half stream is Mind Over Magic, which is another, like, I'm going to call it a colony building kind of game. It's kind of colony building, but like based around a magic school where your colony is a magic school kind of deal. But it gets attacked and you have to deal with it. The only thing that's been my hesitancy is the way the combat works in that game is it's turn-based. And I really don't do many turn-based games anymore. Not that I'm like wholly against them or anything, but generally speaking, I have a preference for not turn-based combat. I used to do tons of turn-based combat games over the years, but a big part of that is a lot of your action RPG kind of things back then, they were either like Diablo style or were pretty mixed bag. Okay. Alright, so bear with me. Like I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go into our audio. I'm going to kill the music. The music's not bad or anything. It's just running into that problem where it's just not present 90% of the time. Alright, so with that, chat, I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes while I run downstairs, welcome my wife home, make some food happen and all that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you so very much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. She's like staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. Need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick.
My champion, energize the spears.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh.
It's like, I have to look at you. Oh, it's nice that you're handsome.
Love.
Love. Get out of my way, man. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it, and it might be I have to put it down. Hey! Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Destroy it all. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well... I'm back. It won't be like the full 5-minute break, because I went downstairs and Tomb wasn't home. I'm like, alright, is her work schedule weird today? Yes, it is. So he's not going to be back for a couple of hours, so I'm not going to worry about it. Just, her company's dealing with lots of turnover and all that in a short time, and it's just really causing hell. Which I still do owe playing Split Fiction with Tomb on stream. I don't know when that's gonna happen because people keep quitting. It's to the point she's got her her actual managers are pulling third shifts and everything to try and keep things running. Just a lot of people dealing with health problems unrelated to work, and then new hires not working out, and just a whole big thing. Yeah, I don't know when she's gonna get an actual proper break. Like, she can take the occasional day off, but it's one of those things that someone else's work schedule is getting worse. And it's not from a lack of trying to bring new people on board. But there's lots of time you can go to the company and be like, you did this to yourself by not staffing enough. But this was just like a weird run of a lot of people leaving all at once. Okay, so we now have a house. Oh, right. So I guess at this point I would go to here. In this tab, you'll find the list of your villages to contribute to the Dynasty. I honestly just don't feel like reading anymore. Because, like, it has been so front-loaded on the text. First village. Probably poorly designed. Alright. We could change its symbol to a whole bunch of stuff that means nothing to me. Sure, the squiggle. Cool. Population. I just don't feel like reading anymore. Assign home. Probably poorly designed. You can live in the forager's hut. Village needs and meals. I just don't feel like reading anymore. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, definitely this is nowhere near as good as Medieval Dynasty. Assign worker, you. Alright, so is there... Alright, so you can't bring me a lot of these things. Those are all season-based. Man. Gonna make that 5. Did I miss something? How are you at 99%? When I've got a 2. Ah, that's increasing it by 2% a tick. Okay, that's not really what I was expecting behaviorally, but okay. Alright. And it's all signed? Okay. Let's see. You recently spent 9 months to fill a position. The first attempt failed. The second got a person who fully lied on their application. And the third almost failed because a person who accepted the position ghosted 3 days before starting. Luckily, your second option from the third cert accepted and has been super solid so far. Yeah, this was, they hired in one person. It was one of the people who had a health thing. He had a pulmonary embolism that happened, like, right after he started. Like, he'd only been there a couple of weeks. And that isn't one of those things where you're like, okay, you know, you take a break from it for a little while. That is, yeah, you are down for a while. So that's one of those things that's like, yeah, very clearly, Like, the company didn't do anything that reasonably they could have done to prevent any of that. Just someone had a very serious health problem. Okay, so let's go see if we can't get over here and get our friend to join up. And then another person that had been working with the company for like 3 months and just still weren't getting the job. And it was just like an extreme outlier that the person had taken more than triple the normal amount of training, and they finally were like, look, man, if you still don't get it, you're just not gonna get it. We gotta drop you and find someone else. I carry good news, the village is reborn. Come join me. You're unbelievable. That makes me so happy. Just tell me where my house is and I'll get to work. You had me at you'll work. Okay. Population. We can go ahead and assign you to a small house. Improvised bed 3. Upon taking refugees into your dynasty, you become responsible for their happiness. There are 6 levels of happiness, from worst to best: angry, disappointed, content, happy, joyful, and ecstatic. Fulfilling your villagers' needs will increase their happiness up to a certain level. Based on the consumption allowance that what you have, I just don't feel like reading anymore. As far as this game goes, it is really heavily loaded. Jobs can bite you. You never know what will happen day to day. Yeah. Like, really, really heavily loaded on, the text. Require skill, lumberjack. So, even better lumberjack. Hard worker. You are used to working hard for yourself and your dynasty. Your stamina max increases. Your skills as a farmer improve. You tire slower. We got the other stuff for farm. Let's just go with this. Warrior, we didn't get any, and monk, we didn't get any. Word, so many words and stuff. Oh yeah. Like, from an accessibility, this game would be, if you have dyslexia, this game would be a bane of your existence. It is just wall of text after wall of text after wall of text after wall of text. Which is pretty close to the worst you can possibly do so far as, like, the UI kind of stuff. It's better than nothing, to be clear. I'd rather have the wall of text than literally just be like, figure it out on your own. Who's this? Drink this. What is this? Something to ease your pain. Feels good. Warm. Thank you. But Hukobi. You didn't know Hukobi, but you did well by him. The people here won't forget. What's next for him? He'll die, but at least he won't be in pain. When it comes time, I'll send for his family, an Iritani, and we'll prepare the proper burial. Another day, another corpse, and so it runs. Okay, we gained a monk level. Let's see. Your craftsmanship apprenticeship pays off. You learn craftsman's perks faster. Okay, so that's not too bad. So maybe that you start with 1 point in that if you're on the other character. Maybe that's literally what you get, is on those other ones they just give you one of these 3. That's not so bad. Because the way it read from the beginning is that you got this permanent buff over everyone. So, like, okay, so I'm going to stand... Well, actually, no, it still mentions standard reduction. I'm guessing it just gives you a point or two in 1 or 2 things. Okay. Before I forget, I didn't put her to work. So, jobs. Is there another recipe we could do? That's literally the only recipe we have. So we are going to need to get something new being constructed. Dynasty storage, production, furniture, and all that. Let's see. Building structures. We have paths, defenses, campfire. None of that's going to give me water. Village structures. Small architecture. Bell tower, fences. Spiritual structure, trade structures, wells. Okay. Dynasty level 4, or I can purchase it with 400 coins. It doesn't show me how many coins I have at all. So it's Dynasty level 4 to be able to get that. Fishing nets. Zen structures, bell tower. Let's see. Production buildings. Wood cutters. That's right. They told me I'd want this as well. Alright, let's go get ourselves a tree. We can make her a woodcutter. I'm a little worried that I don't really have a means of getting water. Unless, you know what it could be? Let's see if I can go down to the water down below with the buckets we found. And get buckets of water. And then put that to use. Like if that'll be an option of something I can do. So go with the down to what's obviously the ocean, which would mean salt water. We can grab... Okay, so you can't bamboo bottle that. Where are the buckets? I grabbed like 2 of them. Okay. There's nothing I can do with that there. And our crafting menu does not give me anything related to the buckets. So I think that is a bust on that one. So basically I need to reach Dynasty level 4, otherwise I don't believe I can get water, at least with the current implications of what I've seen. It could be there's a way that the game hasn't shown or taught me yet. But, you know, in the absence of information, you just gotta work with what you got. Okay. I'm curious how many hammers I've already made this run. It feels like I've already gone through, like, a dozen or so hammers. Seasons. The flow of seasons are important in the life of the Nada Valley. Some villager recipes and needs, as well as special project instructions, all rely on it. As a leader, you have some influence on how much effort your dynasty puts into each season. Seasons last for a minimum number of days, 2 by default. When the time has passed, you can change the season to the next one by interacting with your bell tower. If you don't, the season will change automatically the last day, 4th by default. Gotcha. So the season needs to be at least 2 days, but it can be up to 4 days. But I can shorten, like I can, once we pass the 2 days into it. And there's probably settings around that or whatever, but that's fine. All right. So you got that all sorted out. So yeah, you worked remote for years. You had no problem working in the office. But unfortunately, when you moved, doesn't have a lot of things in your field that's local. Yeah. I was fortunate in that my last job I had worked at, when I first started it, it was 3 days in office, 2 days at home, and then eventually went just fully remote when there were some changes up in the company that they just had way too many offices and way too many places. So rather than keeping all the remote offices open, they kind of let a lot of people go fully remote and just were like, yeah, there's no reason for us to keep an office presence in so many places. They still kept their, like, main office and, like, 1 or 2 strategic offices. But otherwise, all the satellite locations, everybody just went fully remote. Which worked out really well for the company in a lot of ways. We're getting a lot more work done once we went fully remote and people weren't wasting all their time commuting all the time. Granted, like, it doesn't work for everyone. To be clear, there are definitely individuals who, like, I know there was people on the team whose their home situation was not particularly conducive of remote work, but for some of them, they effectively had kind of a super duper cheap kind of rented place that they could go as, like, an office. That was like shared workplace kind of thing. So it wasn't like they were getting an office for themselves individually, but they would kind of go to the shared workplace that other people who weren't necessarily with the other company would also be using, but, you know, they had all sorts of rules about not bothering each other and all that. And I know a lot of them were really happy once they did that. That was still a very small number of people in the company who did that. Yeah, co-working area. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Co-working space. That a lot of people found that very constructive. For, you know, again, like you're at a house that, you know, you've got kids at home and they're not really of an age group who can really understand that, you know, mommy or daddy is at work. You know, you need to let them do their thing. Or for some, the significant other who is not particularly good at understanding, like, hey, this isn't I'm home and I can help around the kitchen or whatever. This is I am working. Unlocked carpentry station. So let's see if we can't figure out what the carpentry station is. So, furniture, production buildings, woodcutter's hut furniture, carpentry station. So yeah, so I could just put another one working on it. That's fine. Yeah, not a real big fan, and this is the same thing I said of Medieval Dynasty. I'm not a really big fan of this whole wheel with, like, layer upon layer upon layer, especially in this one where they've got symbolism here, but it's really not clear what a lot of that symbolism means. Is Will Dynasty level 4? I missed what Dynasty level we are. Alright. So, we gained a level there, so let's go ahead and go to Dynasty. Jobs. Carpentry. Assign worker. Echo. Alright. Oh, we don't want the premium one. How do I make you go away? Oh, I just hit that. Yeah, so we got the 2 local logs. We'll add bamboo on there. I haven't seen it yet. Input needs, or input items. I don't know what that tool is. Blank. Any conifer log. Okay. Oh, wait, you're gonna turn a log into sticks? To hell with that. Get that out of here. We'll add firewood on there. And other planks. And I think we leave the rest alone. Okay. I don't know what its automatic assignments are other than bad. Like, why is that 60%? Oh, is that telling me how much it's going to produce and that's the percent workload? Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Because it's there's like, how do I get, 10 plus 10 equals 60? Like, how is this working? Okay. So the assumption there is that'd be 15 logs required. If my understanding of this UI is correct, which is very dubious. So in theory, I should be getting spare. So that would be 12 logs. This one doesn't care either type of log. Let's cut that down a little bit more. Give one more firewood. That'll do. Okay. And you're complaining about lack of tool. What tool do you want? Because I'm not seeing in your UI anywhere of tools. So that's not super helpful. I'm assuming you want an axe? Stone knife, axe, pickaxe. I could also see you wanting this. I don't really understand what's happening. I don't understand. It's saying they don't have a tool, but I don't see anywhere in my UI where it tells me what tool I'm missing, because it says no tool here. Okay. Ah, that's really weird. Okay, I don't like that UI. So each one of those is requiring its own tool. That is a real bizarre choice of UI there. Alright, so I guess we wander around looking for stone so I can make, like, 5 axes or whatever. Well, 3 axes and 2 of the things for scraping logs. Yeah, now definitely between the two, this and a Medieval Dynasty, I like Medieval Dynasty more. Like, there's just a lot of real bad UI decisions going on here. But we'll see. I'm still curious about, like, the whole... You control more areas like that. That's the thing I'm the most curious about, and I've already lost my town. There it is. I'm still curious about that aspect of the game, because that's the thing I think is the part that's supposed to differentiate itself. That there's almost like this whole campaign map and all that. Alright, so drop you off, and you. So is that not all the tools I needed? So we've got 3 axes. Oh, I guess I need 4 axes. My apology. All right. Yeah, and this is the same complaint I have with Medieval Dynasty, is they'll be like, you need a tool. Where? I'm not telling, like, what tool you need or where it is. It's just, you know, UI, lack of information problems. Alright, give me stones. What is that symbol down there? Wet. Okay. Makes sense. Animal hunting spot for red foxes discovered. Ooh, I actually like that it puts the hunting spot on the compass. That was one of those things that in Medieval Dynasty I didn't like, because in Medieval Dynasty you had to go to your map and then change the mode to the animal style mode, so you keep stopping and be like, okay, where was that animal I found earlier? I do really appreciate that it just is like, yo, here's the animal. All right. Is that still not enough? What are you missing? Jobs. Okay. Cool. We officially are not complaining about missing tools. Awesome. All right. Well, let's go here and grab the hammer. I don't believe there's a new production build. Right. So we got our production buildings. We're just waiting on those. So for housing, we have a standard house. So that'll be a little bit nicer than what we built before. My assumed difference is we'll be making this one with planks. It'll be just generally more costly in all basic ways. Moving all the bits of the burnt down village. I do appreciate it actually tells you when stuff's rotting on you. I vaguely don't remember that being a Medieval Dynasty thing. You just check your pocket and there'd be rot there and you'd be like, oh, I guess that went bad. All right. That's fine. Okay. Oh, there we go. It'll also be nice if we can really up our inventory or carry weight. Okay, so we can chop it down there. I should probably find out if we take damage if it falls on us. Just because I keep backing off as a precaution from all the other games where the trees are deadly. And it very well could be a game I just don't have to worry about that. Well, I apparently have 100 planks. I didn't realize I had collected nearly that many. Yeah, it'd be good to know if we're gonna have to worry about stuff falling on our head from that. Okay. This is one of those things that because I got all those planks early, it's gonna let me get these first couple houses up pretty quick. And then when we run out, it's gonna be a bad time as I discover how slow the planks go. But you have Nightingale, you always take precious time since you can damage your house as well if it falls on. That actually is a thing in Medieval Dynasty and probably this one as well. Like, you don't notice it a lot of times, but in Medieval Dynasty, if you do have, like, trees fall on your house, it'll get punctures to the roof that you can get damaged. It's the same thing that you can have an RNG chance where you'll get a notification that, like, a storm came through between seasons and your houses got damaged. It's the same thing. You just go up to the wall and say repair, and it just slaps a material or two in, and you're good. Now, I'll definitely say this doesn't seem like a bad game. Like, where I've had a couple of criticisms so far, it doesn't seem like it's a bad game or anything like that. It does seem like it's got some UI pain. It does seem like when it comes to the teaching you the game side, it takes the approach of wall of text. So those would be big negatives in my book. But all in all, like, the aesthetic and building the things is very satisfying. The tree cutting is fine. It's pretty much what you expect from this style of game. The tools are just as made out of paper mache as every one of the survival games. All right. Go find some more stone. And then we'll start going to bother some of the other people that we've got quests for. So I can hopefully get more people to work in the village. Get our dynasty rating up. All right. I do appreciate that the aesthetic of the buildings, while still just being, you know, wood planks and sticks, literally the same materials as Medieval Dynasty, that the aesthetics are considerably different. All right. It's good to see a friendly face. How did you get here? I deserted, plain and simple. It may be dangerous to say that openly. Don't care. There are many like me. I don't want to die in battle. I don't want to kill people, others just like me. I heard about the peasant kingdom, and I thought I would be safe here. Why don't you come live with us? Cool. Son of a. Son of a. I know that's not what he said, but that's what it sounds like. Alright, so village, populace, departing refugee, assign a home. There you go. Small house. There you go. Add 3 non-player villagers in your dynasty. Achievement. I don't really have anything for you to do yet, sir. But we'll get there. Since I don't believe we got more buildings I can make with this. Yeah, let's see. Production buildings. We haven't unlocked any new buildings here. What I can try doing is we can go to the production furniture. Yeah, because I can't do anything with that. Basic structures. Where was that? Okay. Village structures, farming, buildings, furniture. Furniture. Production building furniture. We can go to woodcutters. And we can go to Dynasty, Jobs, you, Assign Worker, you, Select Recipe. So what we could do, let's actually be smart about this. So you're going to be dealing with just the conifers. That's going to be the plan. You cut conifers, you make conifer planks, and you make firewood. Let's say you get 20 of those. Make 10 of these. That'll be fine. Okay, so you do conifers. Congratulations on your life of doing conifers. Meanwhile, you stop doing conifers. So you go up here. You get your 20. Okay, so have that. We'll go back to yours. Because I did forget that there is bamboo in this game. Alright, so we'll go here. Deal. Alright, so you want whatever tool I need for those two. It's probably another axe and all that. You, on the other hand, yeah. So I'll need a couple more axes. Means I need sticks. I do kind of like the mechanic where you can just make more workbenches and add on your existing places. So it almost feels like instead of having the sawmill level 1, sawmill level 2, and all that, you'd be like, sawmill, well, here's an extra bench. That I think I like. All right. Okay, so my hope here is as I do this, I'll need to work less and less on this myself. And I'll be able to assign more and more of this to them. We can drop you off. Let's see here. There's an axe. There's an axe. There's that. What is that symbol on the top left? Dynasty. Insufficient food. We have 14 food available. We are producing 54 food and not getting much there. So let's go to our job. Let's go to our forager. For right now, you worry a lot less about those sticks and stones and worry less about the grass. I can recover those pretty easily. You, on the other hand, are going to really ratchet up the production of anything edible. Okay, in the meantime, we need to get more food going in here. We could supplement that ourselves. Maybe. There's some raw fish. Gonna keep that small stack of food for me. There's seashells I don't think I need. There's bark, there's planks, there's other plank. Stack those. There's even other plank. There's more food. There's bamboo. There's you. I don't know what we're doing with the bucket yet. There's some rot. There's sake. There's sticks and other sticks and straw and charcoal and fishing net. There's a net that allows fishing. There is a bucket. There's grass. There is a singular unit of water. There is stone. Even more straw. There's a log. Okay, so that satisfied hunger for a little bit. We don't have the ability to farm yet. Then go and run around here. That's a burnt down tree. And that's a burnt down tree. And I think we're just about to run out of burnt down trees. Okay, so we're doing pretty good on cleaning this place up. Let's go see who else we could talk to about quests. It also seems weird that it seems like they went out of their way to burn every segment of fence. Which feels wholly unnecessary. Let's see. Welcome. What do you do here? I am the Shrine Priestess. I worship Inari, the goddess of prosperity and bountiful harvest. I was shipwrecked near here. Some of us survived. I know, I heard about you from the other survivors. I hope you'll find what you're looking for. We're really hoping for a new life in the Peasant Kingdom. Yes, we're going through hard times. The more reason to pray to the goddess. Let's see. I heard you need assistance. The shrine is empty. Nobody visits anymore. With the famine, people feel the goddess Inari has left them. Inari sends foxes to protect the crops. But what can foxes do when humans burn the fields? Let's see. I can make an offering to the goddess. Perhaps others will follow. Find an egg and cook it over a campfire. Times are tough. This will do for now. Where can I find one? Look for crow's nests right on top of the rocks you pass by on your way to from Sasogi. She's like, how can I pray to Inari? Look, man, I want lunch. That's what I want. I'm hungry, I want lunch. And a scrambled egg will do. You make really pretty looking villages. Too bad they're mostly generic inside. Yeah. So we would be looking at basic structure, campfire. Okay, I need a log. It's kind of a shame that this game, coming so far after Medieval Dynasty, I do tend to agree, it does feel like it makes a lot of pretty straightforward mistakes. I wonder if this has been, I didn't bother looking. Let's see real fast. How often does it show it being updated? They had a small hotfix. I mean, it's looking like it's supposedly still being worked on. Yeah, no, they're still updating the game. For what it's worth. I can't speak to like how relevant the updates are, but just taking a quick 2-second look, you know, they still have the regular updates happening. Because I haven't looked at like what the roadmap or anything on the game is. Okay, so can I use this and pull directly from... So cooked egg... and cooked gobo. Alright, so we can drop this back in here. They've got food. Alright, well I put the logs in there and they're instantly vanishing because our woodcutters can work on them. There's the feathers. Oh, and I got charcoal. Okay, so let's go run back over to this lady and drop this off. Yeah, and I'll eat some soup real fast. It also amuses me that she's like, food is so hard to come by, and she's like super well dressed and clearly working on these cherry trees and all that. And she's like, shipwrecked man, person who just showed up here who probably has nothing. I need you to get me food. I have cooked the egg. See, you may proceed with offerings to shrine. Where do I look for it? Follow the road away from the village. Once you're at the broken bridge, turn left. You'll see Toral gates in the distance. They will lead you to the shrine. Small bridge construction site discovered. Special projects. You'll find a variety of special projects in the world. They represent the transportation, production, or spiritual infrastructure of Nada Valley. Completing them takes a lot of effort, but provides Dynasty XP as well as other rewards like sources of rare resources. To start construction process, build a special project construction workshop, basic structures, near the signpost. Basic structures. Okay, so I can't make it yet. That's fine. Entering mountain region. Alright, I got some pretty blue flowers over here. Those are probably something. Nope, they're just pretty... Wait. Yep, nope, they're just pretty blue flowers. Let's go find this one up here. Kami Shrines and Blessings. Spirituality is a big part of Nada Valley. Follow the Torii gates to find Shinto shrines to the various Kami. Making an offering with an item appropriate for the specific Kami will grant you a small temporary boost called a blessing. Discovering the shrines and making the offering also grants you Way of the Monk XP. Oh, there's like a whole thing. Cool. So, Inari. I have made an offering and received a blessing. Let's go to our levels. That was Monk. Okay, I'm gonna go and continue to get XP gains for Monk from Monk. What are those symbols? Oh, well, just gonna leave them alone for right now. So let's see what the blessing was. Status: Inari Shrine for looks like 5 minutes. Our cumulative sprint is better. I'm gonna run down here before returning to town. So yeah, so we had some bandits there. They looked like they were actually equipped versus I got a little knife made out of stone. It'll probably break when I hit them. So we may want to not instigate trouble with them right now. Okay. What do you want? She told me you might need some help. I don't need help from anyone. Right now, I'm busy with a dang kid. What kid? There's no one here. Dang wimp, more like it. Kikumatsu. Told him to go practice hunting. He's sure taking a sweet time. Where is he? Probably hiding in the hills behind the hunting hut and whimpering. How long has it been anyway? Long enough, and I see he's not the only one wasting my time. Goodbye. Cool. Don't mind the person running at you aggressively with a knife. Hello. Kyogo Kingu told me he gave you a task. Yeah, he told me to go hunt and bring him 3 pieces of cooked meat. To make me tougher, he said. It's really hard. You're distraught. I know I should be brave, but my father, when he was still alive, told me it was wrong to kill animals. I know it's stupid, I know. Look, kid, perhaps I could do it for you. You would? Thank you, I guess. Apparently, Kengyo does it all with his bare hands because he didn't bother to give me a knife. Let's see, where can I go find something to hunt? There are plenty of farms around, but they're so small and quick. Oh, hares around. Small and quick, and they don't have much meat on them. So you might want to look for a deer, but please, don't tell me what you decided. I don't want to know. Alright, just like kill them. So we pull up our map. We do see that there's some place I can hunt hare. Alright, so we're gonna try the strategy we did in Medieval Dynasty, which is we see a rabbit and we run full speed at it. And then we start stabbing wildly its general direction. All right. I guess we're done. Okay. Can I see? Get a knife and a spear. Oh. Well, I should have read the directions because it was like, get a knife or a spear, and I'm like, murder rabbit. Considering it mentions a Yari, which is a wooden spear, but it also doesn't specifically list it as a spear. Let's go just chop down a tree real fast. And I don't know if I should be collecting all these figurines. But you know. Yes, I do not think the trees hurt you. Get 3 meat by hunting animals. Hey, wildlife. Oh, we gotta... What other animals want it? Okay. I was not expecting the fox to straight up try to fight back against me. Alright. Because that fox got a big health bar over him and turned around to fight back, and I'm just like, alright, well, I'll just keep swinging. I don't know why you have a star over your head, but I'm gonna kill you next. Alright. Was there like a lock on or something like that? I remember them vaguely mentioning it earlier. Entered the Rebels region. We'll just ignore that rabbit. Okay, so I wonder if we can cook off of his fire, or I'm gonna have to like run all the way back to get my own fire and do that. You made Hinari sad. Yep. Hinari's like, I have little fox friends. And we're like, stab. I have your meat right here. Kengo wants it cooked. Sir, I have already gone and murdered the animals and butchered them. I feel like I've done my part. That at some point you should contribute as well. Why do I have a picture of a fox or something with a symbol over its head? Oh, that must be the Inari Shrine. And then we've got the raiders over there. There you are. Okay. Question mark symbol over here. How did you get here? By getting divorced. That's unusual. It may be, but I miss him sometimes. But here's the thing. The war was getting closer, and we decided we should leave the village. He didn't want to go. I said, I'm going with or without him. One day he brings me a divorce letter. He had no other option, if he wanted to stay. And so our marriage ended and my journey began. Why don't you come live with us? You'd sell in one of our villages here. So this could become my new home? Sounds good. Where do I go exactly? I'll deal with you in a second. Don't make them sad. They're like, I don't want to hurt the animals. Like, here's your raw meat. No fault divorce? Yep. Yep. What does the fox say? It says, ah. Yeah? Again, you got a guy just running up to you with a stone knife. The offering has been made. Inari is pleased. You have your blessing and my respect. It is just a trifle, just a cooked egg, but you did something the locals had forgotten about. It is not them, but an outsider who got blessed by her, and I follow her judgment. Here, take a bag of gobo seeds, so you may, and may your crops be blessed by Inari. Let's see, is this the highest graphic setting? I do not know. I can check here in a minute. Okay, so dedication and hard work makes you more resistant to tiring and running out of energy. Your max stamina is increased. The warrior monk, your monk training makes you more resilient to damage, increasing your max health. Your aesthetic monk, that years of meditation and ascetic training allow you to live off less. Your food depletes slower. And haggler, your haggling skills improve. Buying prices are decreased. I am going to go for the thing that gives me extra XP for right now. As far as the graphics go, let's take a quick peek. I mean, so I could turn one or two things up. The shadows, the video effects, and the streaming distance for textures. But the foliage and textures are maxed. As is the anti-aliasing and everything. So we're not quite maxed out, but we're pretty close. I don't think this is a game that is looking to be photorealistic or anything like that, and I genuinely, honestly don't care. I actually see it as more of a negative these days, the games that go for, like, the super-duper photorealism, because usually one of the first things I do when I'm playing a game is it's like, oh, let me just quickly turn off ray tracing, because that's going to kill the frame rate by 30% for the slightest minute improvement to shadows. Okay, you live here, but you're unemployed at the moment. And meanwhile, we can cook this. And run all the way back over there to give the guy the meat. Like, genuinely to me, these graphics are fine. Yeah, the character model's walking animation's a little rich, little stiff. And the character customization is honestly rather lacking. But as far as, like, aesthetically, the environment to me looks really good. Is it lifelike? Eh. Do I need it to be? No. Like, I enjoy Valheim, and graphically speaking, Valheim is not exactly amazing. It's got kind of a little bit of a different vibe that makes it a little bit more artsy. Oh, I bet you probably could have cooked off her fire. That's fine. I'm assuming the reason why the run animation is so weird is I'm assuming it's that way when they put you all up in armor, that it's the same running animation. So where it's weird that your character is running kind of like this, that's probably because when you get like full-on like samurai-looking armor, having them run with their arms down along their sides of how you would tend to naturally run would make everything clip. So rather than have like 4 or 5 different running animations depending on your equipment, they probably just went, alright, this is one that at least works for everything. But that honestly doesn't bother me. The things I'd say are actually negatives for this game is it teaching you is very wall of text. Like, really, really wall of text. So that's a negative to hold against it. And then a lot of its UI needs some serious love. Here, I have the cooked meat. Thank you. I'll take it to him right away. Wait a moment. Have you eaten today? Don't worry about me. Since Mom and Dad died, I got used to it. I can go 2 days without food, you know. Kengo says it's a sign of discipline. He says, what? Kengo is using you? Eat the meat. You need the strength. I mean, he already told us... he said he doesn't kill animals. See, you are tough after all. Take the meat to Kengo. I will. I just need a moment to muster up the courage to do it. Yeah, no, I'm definitely in the camp of I'd rather a game have good game mechanics than giving a crap about graphics at all. What do you want? Kitamatsu will bring you the meat. Good. Wait, how do you know that? I told him to. And he actually listened? Well, it seems you can be useful. You must have scared him out of his pants. You seem worthy. Come back if you need advice, and I'll set up a proper outpost like mine. Okay. So we gained our first level in Way of the Warrior. So let's see. So skinning animals provides more resources depending on the animal. Block improvements, quicker attacks, and training endurance. Well, this one is going to give me crafting materials I'm probably going to need. So I'll focus on that. We also have That for farming. The careful packer. You carefully pack things so that they stay fresh longer. The time items stay in your inventory decay slower. Seasoned constructor and miner. Hard worker. That increases our maximum stamina. And then this lowers the stamina cost of using tools. We get that one. And we did get our point for leadership. Reduce the meal consumption. Or we find better loot. Let's reduce the meal consumption. Because realistically, that's going to be a pain. Alright, so we did all the things over there. That's fine, we're in the Rebels region. It is weird now that I think about it. The publisher giving the same engine out to multiple different groups of being like, hey, make a game. Because it kind of puts you in the awkward situation as the publisher where all your titles are competing against each other because they're going to be the same genre and everything. It almost was like guaranteeing yourself to have at least most of your games not be particularly successful because, you know, one of them would potentially take out in the lead and dominate the market or whatever, or none. Because inherently, people are going to directly compare your games, and there's going to be one that's going to stand out. There's always a chance it'd be different enough that it works, but we'll see. Alright, so I helped other people. Yes, I've been helping the neighbors. I know, people are talking about you all over the place. I helped Miko Chiom. Did you hear from her? Chiom told everyone how you honored the goddess shrine. It was just a cooked egg, not much of a sacrifice. It was more than most around here would do. Some were ashamed by the neglect of Inari when they heard about you. I think the shrine will have more visitors from now on. I had an encounter with King Yo. Did he mention that at all? Oh yeah, he's happy with you. Keeps praising you wherever he goes. The man has a lot of influence here. It was clever of you to humor him. It's a pity about the boy, though. These are tough times. The boy has to learn. Sure, but at what cost? Has Mitsumaru mentioned anything? Yeah, the business with old, Hikobi. Mitsumaru is quite the gossip. Told everyone you did. I still don't know if I did the right thing. You eased an old man's pain and helped him pass on. This is the hardest kind of mercy. People will remember that. Let's see, I think they're banking on different eras. Like, a lot of people liked Medieval Dynasty, bought Sengoku, Lumberjack Dynasty, and Wild West Dynasty. Excuse me, there was a Lumberjack Dynasty and Wild West Dynasty? I have not heard of these other two. I have a feeling the fact that I haven't heard about these other two probably speaks for how well they went. Let's see, do you think I can count on the support of locals now? I think they'll support you. I even know someone who will be happy to join your village. Who? My sister, Sayuri. She's excited about your plans. Doctor, I hope this will be a new beginning for all of us. All from the same publisher, but yeah, compare them to Medieval Dynasty, they don't stack up well for different reasons. Because you knew about Wild West Dynasty, not Lumberjack Dynasty. I know quite a few Lumberjacking games, yeah. So I still should have one bunk spare. I also think that that indicator up there for the season chain in the middle is nowhere near as clear as the one in Medieval Dynasty. Are you hiding in the bamboo?
ご健勝にて安心申す。
Let's see, Koshi said there's something I might be able to help you with? I have some ideas. For example, there used to be a bridge here. Always busy, travelers and merchants to visit. When Sasaki burned, the Shogun Dai's army wanted to make it more difficult for us to return. So they destroyed the bridge as well. We could use a bridge like this in the future. Exactly. Now the village draws only scavengers and those who care about memories. Also, my life changed on this old bridge. I can never be too far from this place. Maybe I'll tell you one day. I can't rebuild the bridge alone. Listen, if you find me a place to live in your village, I'll gladly join it. I'll do whatever is needed to see people coming back over that bridge.
これにて失礼いたす。
Alright, so Dynasty, population, assign home, there you go. I do appreciate not having the weird arbitrary thing that's like, no, you can't have women and men living together. That's an outrage. I mean, sorry, the other way around. You can't have not, people of the same gender living together. That's an outrage. It's like, what? You appreciate the power over stopping the season change by simply being in a dialogue? Exactly. Yeah. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Sleep all night and I work all day. Oh, you do bring in a lot of food. Okay, that's good. It did tell me it's going to be bringing in that much every day. Alright, I'm just cooking all of this. Because I don't think it makes sense to not cook it. Plus, I'm assuming we get XP for this. I'm honestly surprised I'm not getting prompts that are like, your people are upset, they have no water. But I'm also physically incapable of giving them water right now, so, you know. Okay, we got the egg, we got this. We got that, we got cooked meat. I've got the bag of that stuff. We got trees, we got grass, we got stones. We got sticks. We got the spear and the knife. I've got a bunch of these figurines that do seem to have some value to them. We got sake that's got a tiny little bit of value to it. So the lady running the shrine up top, she did have the option to trade with her. So I'm going to try and take all these statues I keep picking up off the side of the road that probably have some important religious reason for existing. And I'm just going to sell them for pocket change. Transaction declined because you ran out of money. Okay. Farming can be essential for food production. You can start farming by using the hammer to design a field or water fields for your farm. Plant seeds. That's fine. I don't want to read this all. That is the thing that keeps happening. I keep getting to the point where it's like, read more. No, more. Keep reading. I demand you read. And reading is fine, but there's a certain point where like, look, man, I've read about 50 screens. I've read a short novelette worth of tutorial. Let me go. Okay. We got a whole bunch of exclamation marks here. So we got a fisherman's hut. And the workshop. Oh! Did I not build the workshop? Okay, that answers some question. Let's see, the villager management aspects are pretty thin in this one. Not surprised they're complaining. Yeah, and I don't mind them not being particularly needy. Because it could certainly be a bad thing in a game if you're spending all of your time just trying to babysit your villagers and this kind of thing. And if their focus is a lot more on you expanding and doing conquests and all that, it makes sense to not put too much of a focus on that. So go here, production buildings, workshop. So good news is it does appear it can pull from storage. So you don't have to do the whole inventory juggle of going back to storage, trying to figure out what items you need, dragging it back, and then going back out and forth, and doing that again and again and again, and then realizing, like, you're short on one thing, especially if it's, you know, a big, heavy stuff, so I do appreciate that kind of thing. I'm glad these games added that. Because that is one of those things that you're like, okay, I see, but why? I've been spoiled ever since Terraria added where you could pull, like, to craft from the nearby crates around you and all that, and auto stack, that anytime I come up with a game that's got inventory management, and I can't just be like, hey, the crap that's already in this box, if I have it in my inventory, I want to stack it in the box. Like, don't make me just shift-click every single stack. It doesn't add anything to my experience. It's just, you're just saving me clicks by, like, giving me a button to be like, hey, these things I'm going to chuck in here, just do it. Okay. Keep accidentally picking the berries, but I'm not too worried about it. Because honestly, it looks like if I'm really desperate for food, it's not super hard to come by. Which is also true of Medieval Dynasty. If you're all like, oh, I need food, you can easily just grab any weapon and run around and just start murdering a bunch of animals and you're good. Like, if you don't have good weapons at all, you can just knock out the rabbits real fast. And they don't give a lot of food, but that's fine. If you got a bow, you can just take down something like deer or whatever. Get pretty okay food. And if you're feeling really good, you can go and take down, like, the Wisent and the bear and all that, and they just give you a mountain of food when you kill one. Same with the moose. You kill a moose, it's like, here, have, like, 60 meat. Have a nice day. But yeah, like I said, I think the idea behind this one is while you can do all your base building, I think the emphasis is more on the less focus on building just like a super nice town or whatever, and you kind of just slap down the basics of a town, and then you know go on to clear the territory, fight off the local people to liberate the region and all that, to then get the new resources to get your better equipment and all that kind of stuff. Because that's the way it implied, is that to get your better equipment, you have to go and take over the region so you can get like whatever your better metal is, or whatever the better wood is, or whatever's going on there. So that way you like slowly, you know, quote unquote, liberate the area. Production station. Production stations like the Tatarara furnaces and tanning vats automatically produce various unique items like steel and leather over a longer time. Just deliver the necessary resources and be patient. Visit your production station again to collect the finished products. Note that you can use production station independently of your villagers. If season changes during production process, it will continue into next season. So basically we got some stuff that's like the equivalent of the smelters and all that, where you just chuck a bunch of goods in there and you just come back later. You've been fence sitting on this one for a minute now. Medieval Dynasty. Little price, little jank. Yeah. I can't speak for like the thing that makes this one stand out yet. We haven't been playing long enough. I would definitely say the village management between the two, Medieval Dynasty does better. I would definitely say... So, woodworking table, select recipe. Sorry, assign worker. Select recipe, okay. Say stone axes, stone atzel, wood hammer, stone knife, wooden shovel, stone pickaxe, simple bow. We'll see how much we can actually make with this. And arrows. So we'll start with all this. So don't make 20 of those a day. I can't afford it even if I want to. Say 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Current season will end soon. 2, and actually 1, and a couple arrows. Alright. Now we can go to the smelter in the workstation. There's only bronze. Bronze is the only recipe. I don't have the stuff for that, so I'm not going to bother assigning someone there. Alright. Yeah, no, I'd definitely say between the two, if somebody be like, which one would you recommend? I would say Medieval Dynasty has so far been the better showing. Like, this has some cool stuff, and I like the building aesthetic a lot, but its UI is weaker. There's a lot of things that don't hold up as well. What's your story? I had to leave my village. It got burned to the ground. My home, my field, all gone. Think of new beginnings. Why don't you come live with us? Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Villager limit reached. Okay. So I've now learned that there's a villager leader. Village limit. I like how I'm listed as unemployed. There, I can sleep in the improvised bed. But yeah, so I would definitely say when it comes to like polish of the game, Medieval Dynasty comes ahead. When it comes to UI, Medieval Dynasty comes ahead. And while Medieval Dynasty's tutorial is nothing to be too excited about, if you're playing the single player campaign, it's not bad. Whereas this one, I would say it's wall of text is how the game teaches you. Is everything is a wall of text. So I would say there's definitely a pretty strong negative there that you're going to be reading a short novel to learn the game. So we got the workshop built. So with the workshop built, I should be able to go over here and plunk down the thing. You see, you never learned how to read? Well, no, I mean, I sat there reading through, like, one thing after the other. I'm like, oh my god, please stop. Like, I get you want to teach us stuff, but it's just so much. And it wouldn't be so bad, but some of it's repetitive. I think we learned about, like, the managing of the people, like, in 6 different places. Like, you just don't need to cover it this many times. There's got to be a better way for you to handle this. Basic structures. So I need bamboo, stone, logs, and planks. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. As I said earlier, I would rather get wall of text than no tutorial, where they're like, F it, figure it out. Like, it's one thing if the game has really good intuitive design, or like very simplistic design that, you know, you can just kind of get in there and you can learn really easily, really quickly. That's fine to go without, like, the tutorials. Like, or if it's a game that's like a physics game where, like, experimenting with how things work is, like, the main draw to the game or whatever. Those can certainly be really, really good games that don't need to be carried by tutorials or whatever. But if you're going to have a game with, like, complex, in-depth systems, where you're sitting there, like, scratching your head going, I don't know how to interact with this, that's the whole thing.
No back seating, but what else am I going to do with this brand new set of wheel and pedals?
Well, I mean, on your own machine, you can front seat. But thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. That, to me, looks like proper bamboo. He's done it. He's touching grass. Yep. Alright, so let's drop this off and get this working. Bamboo is good guinea pig food? I did not know that. So I need one more stone. And I need some planks and some logs. Alright. Hey. I missed one set of burnt boxes from where the village was burned down that we found. Like, that's the introduction as you find this village. It's totally burned down, and You're like, oh no, you need permission from the kingdom, or whatever they use the term. They use a Japanese equivalent term. You know, from the kingdom to build. And you're like, well, what if we rebuilt this place? You're like, oh no, that is such a clever and underhanded idea to just rebuild the village. We should do it. All right. So I think we need something like 4 logs and then some planks. There's a bunch of logs. Let's see if I can't get in here to grab the storage. I just noticed the way they do that roof is they basically just set a bunch of rocks on top of it. Which, okay, sure, makes sense. I don't actually have anything to argue against it. But there is something about looking at this and being like, okay, so this one you got like your straw roots, you put a bunch of brush on. And this one's like plank roots. And they just basically put a bunch of bars of wood across so the rocks wouldn't slide off the roof. And then just like, this is heavy, keep the roof there. Okay. I need one more log. Okay. Completing special projects. To complete a special project, first deliver all necessary resources to the special project construction worksite. Next, the special project will appear on your job list. Assign all required workers, and wait at least 1 season. Larger projects will require many workers to complete. To ensure you have enough available to meet your dynasty needs. Meantime, all right, basically, that is such a bizarre UI. Okay, so you need 12 logs. All right. I'm gonna drop those off because one more might put us over. Yeah, gotta say, not a fan of that UI either. Deliberately standing underneath it. Yeah, so we could definitely say you cannot be hurt by trees falling on you. It pivoted over my skull. Alright, so we gotta run back because it can't make the planks right here. So we can drop off these logs, grab our stack of planks. That's supposedly going to be all we need to make the bridge. Then I assign the laborers to work on it. And that'll be good. It does seem like, compared to Medieval Dynasty, when it comes to like your resources for your village, it's way less of a hassle. It mentions them needing water, But we don't have water and nobody's complained, so... Oh good, we can finally actually make the well. Okay, I mean, if we can make the well now. Alright, so assign worker. You get over here. And I don't think realistically they get that much water, but that's fine. That sounds like a them problem. Is there... Okay. So that worked about how we expected. So let's grab our spear back. Grab the torches back. Small EQ. Not gonna worry about that, really. We can leave all the seeds in there for right now. Was there something else I wanted to bring with me? That's fine. I'm not gonna fuss with it. Okay. So I grabbed the planks. We now have a person who can draw water, which should mean literally all of our villager needs are being met with just those few things. The game did warn me that over time, as our city gets bigger, the things they demand will get big, you know, get more significant as well. So it's probably going to be a thing that, like, right now we just need bare, like, just water, food, shelter, and that's it. And then down the road they'll want, like, luxury goods or whatever. Okay, so we need to assign a worker. For right now, I'm going to take one of my carpenters off of that. Wait. I love how there's an exclamation mark there still. Alright, so Dynasty, jobs, cool. Alright. Now, what I don't know is it did mention that there's basically, like, a limit on how many people I can have. It didn't make it clear what the requirement for that limit was, because we did have a spare bed. My assumption is it's going to be Dynasty XP. That, I will need to get more Dynasty XP, and now let me up. Ow. That'll need to have high level Dynasty XP, and that'll make all that available. So let's see. What else do we have that's new here? Other village structures. An archery target. Don't care about that. We can make a land field that allows you to grow different types of crops and vegetables. Okay. So we would need to have a hoe. Does that get made here? Dynasty jobs. Not that one. Woodworking table. Add. wooden hoe. Cool. All right. Because you've read that people have also eaten the insides of bamboo, not just the young shoots, but those are essentially fiber. And I have no idea how currently safe that is. No idea. I'm also deeply upset by this bush. This bush here deeply upsets me. All the other stuff disappeared, but not that bush. Okay, so that's the only one we could do right now. So you can assign a worker there to bring in a lot more food. So once the special project's done, we can do that. I wonder if there's a place I could see... Oh, it literally says I can have more... Your current population. Increasing your dynasty legend by 1 level increases. Gotcha. Gotcha. So every time we increase our dynasty level, we get more room. Why don't you come live with us? Sure, that's fine. Go here. Dynasty. Population. Villager departing. Assign home. I have removed myself from living in that spot. And we will go to you. Assign a worker, you. Just full send it. I don't think he actually did that job. I don't think he did that job. I think that just teleported into existence when I turned my back. I don't think in the 2 seconds it took me to set that, he took the time to work through all that. Gonna go on a limb here and say that there was some shenanigans going afoot. Meanwhile, legend. Okay, so way of the leader. So we can get traveler outposts. You can build a traveler outpost that serves as a personal container and allows you to fast travel. We can get Zen gardens. It unlocks a new structure. Doesn't tell me why. Effective heating distribution reduces the heating need consumption of your villagers. Worker production training increases the total workload capacity of your workers. I mean, that feels like the big one here. Careful Packer. So if I did that right now, does that now mean I need to go to my jobs? And every single one of them now is slightly short of what we need. Cool. It's actually kind of annoying that I have to go through each and every one of these and be like, hey, if you could do just slightly more now. Right, no one's assigned to that one, so we don't need to worry about it. That actually helps a lot, though, because I can go here and say, hey, I would actually like more arrows, please. Let's see, you think you like the visuals here so much more that you prefer it to... Yeah. No, definitely, I like the aesthetics of the buildings in a lot more in Medieval Dynasty. Like, I like this aesthetic way more, personally. It's just the big thing is I'm finding like a lot of the various systems in the game to be not as good. All right, so what we can go ahead and do is we need more housing. I'm gonna kind of stick right now. Oh, we got new things unlocked. Workshops, furniture, an extra woodworking table. That honestly wouldn't be the worst. I'm not gonna do that right now though. Oh, there's another one under here. House furniture, beds. We can make sleeping mats. Oh, right. It was all like, hey, you know, you can put even more people in these. And you want a hunter's hut. Holy crap, the hunter's hut is huge. There you go. Furniture, houses, beds. Okay. So we'll need to cut down more trees. Gotta be big. They're a hunter's hut. You know, you've seen some guys, some of the gotta be big. They're tree huts. You know, you've seen some of the guys in Star Wars. Yeah. It's just like compared to every other game where it's like, it's a hunter's hut. And you see like this tiny little shack with like maybe a drying rack or a leather rack or whatever. Yeah, or like a butcher's block or whatever. And it's just basically a glorified shed with a butcher's block. And it's like, no, it is this entire like full-on outpost looking thing. All right. Okay. Make some planks. All right. So much to build. Ooh, I have a big X symbol over there. I might need to go and check what's going on with that. My assumption is that's where some combat's going on. That's fine. Let's pull our knife. What does that X mean? Ah, yeah, so you can see up on that hill. Yeah, so there's dangerous, like, people up there. Alright, need to chop down more trees. And I need more planks. I need more stones. Alright. Now I do have the wood crafting tables set up to make a bunch of these tools. I just gave it generically like a thing that's like, hey, make 2 of everything or whatever. Doesn't really help all that. I do also appreciate they just didn't bother with thirst in this game. It's fine to include it, but it's nice to not have yet another thing to manage. I also feel like by not having thirst as a required thing, or I think there's like, we haven't seen at all that you can get dirty. By not having those, it kind of doesn't force you to live nearby water of some kind, or to have unlocked the stuff to make it so you can clean and not be nearby water. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility on where you want to choose to live. Alright. It's basically survival light. To be fair, honestly, requiring you to keep your character clean as far as the survival mechanic is pretty obnoxious. But yeah, I've talked about that, generally speaking, well, there's certainly games that I want to get down to some, like, proper survival and all that. I do actually prefer if games don't take the survival too seriously. Because some of the ones that try and go for, like, super duper realistic survival, it ends up being the thing where it's like, you dared not floss your teeth one night. You now have gingivitis. Get activated coal and rub it in your eye to cure that because that's how that works in this game. And you kind of go, what? You dared make physical contact with the ground without shoes on. You are now a walking bag of parasites. So I'm not a huge fan who take that kind of approach. Being smelly is a far cry from Green Hell. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the being smelly in Medieval Dynasty is pretty mild in its effects. About the only thing I saw really not let you do is... Why did I suddenly get, like, 10 stacks of Dynasty XP? Oh, because everyone finished their production. So it just basically rewarded me for having all of that. It's like, you're just strolling around over here. Do you, like... No crops this year? Well, at first I thought they would grow... nothing would ever grow here. But I kept returning. Now look, it's all green. It's all grass and weeds. You're mistaken. There's grubbo roots, wine berries. They'll feed and heal you. I think I heard you talk to someone. What? Not who? Mushrooms. You talk to mushrooms? Why wouldn't I? Before you came along, I didn't have much company here. I like to talk. I'm gathering them for dinner. I'm about to eat them. I owe them at least some pleasant conversation. The village looks dead. Well, remember, the journey to the primordial god Izanagi took to Yoma, the land of the dead. He went there to rescue his sister, his spout, Izanami, but death had already changed her. She became a monster. So, Izanagi realized he couldn't bring back the past. He blocked the entrance to Yomi with a big boulder and bathed in a river to remove the taint of death. A new beginning? Yes. He gave birth to Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and to Tsukami, the moon, and Suzanu, the storm. The old village is no more, but maybe something new will be born. I wanted to see if I could just recruit you, but I didn't need that whole story. That's mean, I get that you gotta clean up. Not doing it for a period of time, you'll get sick infected. But it does need to be in there. Yeah. Like, that's what we're talking about with Medieval Dynasty, is they just didn't take it that far. It's basically, you would get dirty, and if you tried to romance someone while you're, like, really dirty, they'd be like, hey, go take a bath first. But otherwise, it didn't really seem to have much impact. And all you had to do to bathe was, like, make contact with water deep enough. Yeah, see, most of the time with Medieval Dynasty, it reminds you to drink too, since you mostly swim and drink at the same time, or at least I did. Yeah, I know exactly. It's just one of those things like, we know you're going to be there anyways, so sure, why not? I've been helping neighbors. Cool. I was kind of hoping that we could just get them as villagers. They do mention that you can walk around, and if you see people, you can be like, yo, and ask them to join you. There's been one guy running around over here. See if maybe now I actually have a village, you'll join me now. Because it definitely feels like this one's going to let me lean a lot more into making the actual people do all my work. You had to install a mod for Medieval Dynasty to allow low-level computers? It's annoying you'd have to do that? Gotcha. I mean, that is always a danger with anything that's got, like, whether it's computationally heavy or graphically heavy, that it can be a thing that just locks out a lot of people with different computers from being able to play. I know Medieval Dynasty isn't particularly difficult to make run, but yeah. Let's see here. Buildings. Production buildings. Okay, so it is basically telling me that this has to be on a body of water. Yeah, this is just too close to them. I'm not gonna bother fishing. Let's just way the heck out of there. What are you gonna do now that you won't have to take care of Iakobi? I was looking forward to moving back to my camp in Segi. I liked living by the sea in a proper house, but Sogi is dreary, even more than our camp in Segi. Sogi is getting back at its feet. I'll make sure of that. Whatever you say.
これにて失礼いたす。
Sir, don't you doubt me. Don't you doubt me, sir. The city will grow, or there will be stabbies. Let's see, it's funny you mentioned letting the villager do all the work. When you pretty much, we pretty much did all of the work for this one, since the villager was sort of generic and not that useful. You just rotated them through the buildings as needed, since they had no skills. But yeah, that was my thought, though, is you could, just assign a bunch of people to, like, your lumber and all that, so you could just slap down more buildings. Okay, so it's gonna make the fish place, but it seems like it's on the edge of where well, actually, let's try building over here. Alright. I keep thinking I'm out of burnt down trees, and I keep finding them. Let's see, like in Medieval Dynasty, you had to hunt for the people who were good at specific stuff, so it felt like there's an actual specific person, not random NPC 3. Yeah, no, I get that. That the NPCs, so far as a lot of stuff, feel kind of empty. Just by the fact that, sure, they've got a name, but there's no, like, individuality to them or whatever. They just join their generic NPC number 5. Okay. Yeah, and the character customization being pretty empty also does it. Yeah, when you get up there, it's like, how many hairstyles could you choose from? 3. Oh, you're not actually built. I was wondering why it felt like there was no real fanfare for building this. I missed that there was stuff up on the shelf and all that. Chiseled stone. That's a new one. Gotta figure out where I get chiseled stone. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think the intent for this game, though, is just very, very heavily that your focus is going to be on the expanding your territory, that kind of stuff. You looking forward to the Mind Over Magic? Yeah, we'll probably be switching to that soon. Because I was supposed to switch about 10 minutes ago. But I kind of just want to see the season flip here real fast. And what that's like. And then we'll probably do the switch. Because we want to spend half the stream on this and half the stream on that. Okay, that technically finished the place despite the fact that I didn't finish that part, but okay. I need planks. It's the Sengoku Dynasty is almost completely focused on the combat and taking over areas with villages. Like a third-person Civ type game, but you actually do the fighting. Yeah. With that, I think they didn't really do a good job on the marketing and advert. What are you doing in here? Oh, wait, what? Oh, are they looking for just one specific type of plank? I see. Yeah, her just being in there, like, sweeping when she wasn't assigned to anything there, it's like, I mean, I'm cool that you're sweeping this place. I don't know why you're here, though. It's like a stripped-down version of Bellwright, where I think you do more fighting and stuff in small groups and all that. Yeah. Okay. I do like that it is a thing where it's like, okay, your seasons are this long. But you can make it longer and all that. Hope you did it right as well. Yeah, no, it sucks when you're at a situation where, like, a game doesn't run. You gotta see what you can do to make it play nice, especially if it's a hardware limitation. Just because, like, outside of building a new computer, what else can you do? And that's not, you know, it's not really an option for a lot of people to be like, oh, this game doesn't run. Let me just casually plunk down like $1,500, $2,000, whatever dollars to build out a whole new PC. Does you like Sengoku Dynasty? Just sort of expected it to be Japanese themed. Game like Medieval Diamond plus expansion stuff. Yeah. No, I definitely feel like for the style of game, the lack of character customization, the NPCs all being just like generically samey is just kind of a miss. I do think the Conquest is a nice addition. I think that like that's the part I'm most interested in seeing, because that's the thing that will stand out the most. So I'm not gonna like judge it and being like, ah, bad game, that kind of thing. Let's see, and you're a broke lunchroom worker, so you don't have the money for a new computer. Yeah, and that's my whole point, is it sucks to be in that situation where I need to make those into planks first. It sucks to be in that situation where it's just like, realistically, a lot of people, when a game doesn't run for them, they can't just bust out a bunch of money and make it happen. Huh. You did not sleep. You died. It's a shame turning off the music actually does turn off the sound here. Okay, so it's basically showing that we did finish rebuilding the bridge. So we can now get to the neighboring region and all that. What's your story? The war drove us out. How? The battle spilled in our village. We escaped. Watched our homes burn from the distance. It's difficult to forget such a sight.
これにて失礼い
All
た
right,
す
and we can go Dynasty, Population. We can grab you, assign a home, do this. There's extra room for you there. Jobs. Okay, let's get someone back on you. Okay. So that takes care of that building. The smelter I don't have the supplies for. The hunter's workbench, you... a handful of equipment you can make. The hunter's workplace, you can bring in meat and fur. So assign a worker here. Honestly, we'll make it like that. Actually, take that back. We'll knock both of those down and I'll add feathers. Yeah, I don't know how much we need fat or not. That's fine. Okay. So we got people without tools. I've got quests everywhere.
対面でき
There's something I could do for you. I'm afraid some nearby rock store informations are a landslide in the making. Please provide me the proper support and I can secure them myself. Could you bring me a bronze hammer, debarked log 7, and a bunch of sticks? I'll need it before the season ends. Come back if you change your mind. I can't make a bronze anything right now.
お目にかかり嬉しゅう存ず
Just wanted to say I really enjoy your company. Very much. That's flattering, but I'd be more flattered if it's coming from someone more respected in the valley. Reach Dynasty. She's like, I hope you're not offended in such difficult times. One has to consider such matters. She's like, you do not have a high enough social standings to romance me, friend. Come back when you were a breadwinner. Hey, Eiko. I literally built where you're sleeping. Hey, Mohanrai. Thank you so much for the 100 stream streak. Catch the last 100 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. There's something I can do for you. Some fish are more valuable than gold. I'm trying to catch a real gem, but I need help. Can you give me 2 rope and a bronze knife before the season ends? Come back if you change your mind. So it seems like they have the same mechanic of the season changes, a handful of quests show up, and you get to do stuff.
お変わりなく過ごしたも
Zuri is happy about the rebuilt bridge. Yeah, she already told me. I never thought I'd see it standing again. Everyone's thankful for your extra efforts. Actually, the community would like to offer you a token of our gratitude, a set of clean clothes. It's unseemly for the village leader to walk around in rags. No offense. None taken, thank you. But before you go, there's one more thing. Nobody told you? Tormented places like this draw dangerous things. Sometimes deadly. What do you mean? Someone wants to attack us? Is it bandits? There are worse things in the world, you see. Let's see. There's strange yokai living nearby. A female demon with a furious red face. Nobody knows what she's up to. Nothing good, that's for sure. You can sometimes spot her if you follow the path out of the village along the river. What should I do about her? How should I know? Let's see. You could ask Kingyu. He's the one who saw her first.
これにて失礼
So then, you gave me clothes? Okay, so 1-1, and then that is just better. Hey, look. Now instead of looking like we're literally made out of, like, shredded sails, We just look like we're badly... No, we actually look okay. I was gonna say we look we're impoverished. Like, no, we're actually dressed relatively swank considering the time period and all that. These are not terrible clothes. Anyways, with that, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to go and create a new save. That's gonna be on stream. Because we are planning on splitting the stream between Mind Over Magic and Sengoku Dynasty. I have enjoyed the game so far. I will say, to me, this game doesn't have nearly as strong an appeal to me as Medieval Dynasty has. It feels like it's lacking a lot of the polish. The characters all feel very generic and don't have personalities. So as much as I'll make fun of Medieval Dynasty of like, you know, it's person number 10, they at least had skills and all that. We haven't really gone to the combat, which is where this game is going to shine. So I do think we will stream it another time, like maybe like tomorrow or whatever, to continue to see where it goes, to kind of get a feel for that aspect of the game. Because it does feel like I'd be selling the game very short if it's like, hey, here's the thing that it does well, and we've just not gotten to that point. But so far, honestly, it's underwhelmed me a bit compared to Medieval Dynasty. But I'm also someone who'd be a lot more interested in building the town and that kind of stuff and having more depth there than the combat side. The combat side doesn't interest me as much, but we'll see. Let's give it a fair shake. We'll do another stream of it, see if we get more excited about it, or if it's one of those things that we hit the combat and go, eh. Because I've also generally heard that the AI in the combat isn't amazing. But again, we'll see. So with that, we're not ending stream or anything like that, but if you're watching over on YouTube, that stream will go down. You should get kicked over to what we're playing in the second part, and we'll be back up there in a moment. Over here on Twitch, nothing's going to happen that's going to be surprising. We're just going to close the game out and all of that.